I'm sure a lot of kids, or at least some kids, found their grandparents' house a little creepy. Am I reaching? I could be, but I'll tell you about my grandparents' house and my experience there, which involved my sister, my cousins. So that makes at least 3 people I know, myself and them, who share my feelings about a creepy grandparents' house. First things first, my grandparents, Nani and Poppy, were very old. Their home was very old. They were lovely, even throughout their passing, which was less than a month apart from one another. Rest in peace to both of them. So they were very loved. Their home was a source of a lot of great family memories, but it was haunted. And because it was haunted, or because something within that home was charged, as Aunt Peg used to say, it houses some other memories too. My parents would often drop us off with them for a weekend or 2 throughout the year, and in the summertime, me, my sister, and my cousins would stay for a couple of weeks. The first time I ever experienced something, and every time since, was while staying in our mom's old room. It was in the back right corner of their Rambler-style home, Aunt Peg's old room across the hall. I was young, but I know my sister and I were both in school, so couldn't have been younger than 7 at the time. It was just the 2 of us this time, and I'd been having trouble falling asleep, while my sister seemed to pass out instantly. Mom's room now had the old TV from the living room in it, as our parents bought them a new fancy one for Christmas. I'd always liked falling asleep with the TV on at home, so here it was no different, a welcome change. I was familiar enough with the TV that I knew I didn't have a remote for it. I was stuck changing the channels from the knob, same with turning it on or off. I'd picked a channel which connected to the VHS. Since Lion King was already in there, I remember just letting it play. I hadn't fallen asleep, not even close, but I was back in my bunk when I heard the TV shut off. Not only was it the obvious sound of something playing and the familiar buzz of the TV ceasing completely, but the glow from the TV was gone. Had it not been for the hallway light, I would have been in total darkness. It wasn't the TV turning off that scared me, not really. But as I laid there trying to figure out if I was going to turn it back on, something caught my attention. The light from the hallway quickly cut out, as if someone had penetrated the doorway just for a moment. By the time I focused on the doorway, there was nothing there. Sitting up, though, I investigated further by looking around the whole room. I had the top bunk in this sleeping arrangement while my sister slept in the bottom. As I started to look around the room, I thought I saw nothing of real concern. And then I got to the TV. It was still off, housing the reflection of the entire room, but something wasn't right. I could see on the TV that everything was where it should be, everything except for the shadow being standing underneath my bed. I didn't realize how afraid I should be, so I took my gaze away to pop my head down and look at my sister's bed. She was sleeping soundly, and there was no shadow. Still, looking back up at the TV, there it was, a shadow that didn't belong. I decided I didn't need the TV, and I tried to ignore it, turning towards the wall and closing my eyes in an attempt to fall asleep. Only moments later, I hear the sound of the TV being turned on. It's startling, and I jolt up to confirm it's been turned on. It wasn't on a channel, though. It was just a fuzzy static screen, but the static was getting louder. I was going to have to leave my bed and handle the TV, but I felt so frozen. Almost sure I wouldn't be able to do it, but I had to. The sound was going to wake up the whole house. I jumped down the ladder, feet hit the floor, and the TV turned off. I look up at the TV, and there's a shadow just behind my right shoulder. I can't hear anything or feel anything, but the image alone makes me want to scream. I consider swinging around, punching and kicking, but what if this time it was my sister? Instead, I spun around, fully expecting the shadow to not be there. just like last time. Only this time, it was there. An endless black mass, about as tall as me. No eyes, no face, no distinguishable features at all. Before I could even scream, it suddenly passed through me, leaving my chest with an intense, cold pain. It felt like my torso was experiencing brain freeze. It hurt, but only for a moment. As much as I wanted to turn on the lights, the ladder was closer. I jumped up, dove under the covers. I had no idea what had just shot through my body, but I felt like I couldn't breathe. I don't think I got more than a couple of hours of sleep. It was this odd in and out of sleep, and it kept me exhausted, like when I had the flu. I remember the next morning being afraid to tell anyone about what I had seen. I kept the image to myself, and intentionally slept in the living room that night, after my grandparents retreated to bed. I almost felt sorry for leaving my sister in the room, but she didn't really seem to have been bothered the same way I was bothered, so I reasoned with myself that it was okay. Suddenly, I heard screaming. It was coming from my mom's old room, and it was my sister. I wasn't the first one awoken by her screams. I saw Nani walking toward the room. She didn't even see me on the couch. I contemplated just staying where I was. Somehow I knew it was going to be the figure on the TV. My sister was crying, screaming. Then she started calling for me to come help her. I was forced to move, and I ran into the room. My sister was sitting outside of her bed, on the floor, full of tears, crying about a shadow that woke her up by touching her face. She said that she called for me. I don't even think that Nani knew what my sister was talking about. She continued to try to console her into a less amped-up state. Once my sister calmed down, I started to crawl into the top bunk, took my position there. Clearly, I couldn't just leave her again. And that was that. An event my little sister barely remembers, but I remember it super clearly. The next time I encountered this figure was in the same room, less than a year later, as it would have been the summer versus the holidays. Our cousins were there, staying in Aunt Peg's old room. Since my cousin Shelby and I are around the same age, we made our younger siblings sleep together in Aunt Peg's room, while we took over Mom's old room with the TV. Most of the night we were playing card games and any board games that we could find for 2 players. But eventually, we'd have to go to sleep. And I hadn't forgotten about the last time I was there. But somehow, I felt more brave or maybe safe with Shelby being there. Only thing was, Shelby wanted the top bunk, which would put me on the bottom. I didn't want to seem like a wuss, so I agreed. I almost made it a full night without getting scared. I kept telling myself that I wouldn't experience the same thing twice, because it was probably a nightmare. Technically, I didn't experience the same thing. But I saw the shadow. I don't know what woke me up exactly, but I suspect it was the TV turning off. Or I suspect it was something similar that happened to my sister. I was suddenly awakened, and I could see a dark shadow, and a piece of its shadowy self reaching towards my face. But I didn't feel like screaming. I just felt like being perfectly still. But I must have made some sort of noise as I heard Shelby whisper my name from the top bunk. Remembering the last time, how I'd said nothing, how I'd turned to face it. I didn't want the same thing to happen to me, but I didn't know how to prevent it. So I just called back up to her, and it felt good to use my voice. But it felt bad that this shadow was still above me. It's like I couldn't even focus on what else she was saying, because this all-consuming energy, it was over me, and I was freezing. Without moving, I watched as Shelby jumped down the ladder in a familiar routine, but she ran for the light. The shadow either disappeared just before or just as she switched the light on. But Shelby had seen it. She basically had my exact experience from the first. Except she was smart enough to just run away from the shadow instead of facing it. With the lights on, Shelby came running back towards my bunk. She was almost crying as she tried to tell me what she'd seen. I asked her before she could even get the words out, "Did you see the shadow?" Her eyes widened. She shook her head. Even though I'd been really scared, I felt like I needed to help Shelby because she seemed more scared. I told her it was okay. We decided to sleep on the floor of Aunt Peg's old room. The next morning, I didn't plan on saying anything, but Shelby was adamant, grilling Nani and Poppy the next morning. As she recounted her experience, I could see my little sister start to remember her own experience, but I watched it leave her face too. I backed Shelby up by saying that I'd seen the shadow. I told them all I'd seen it twice. Poppy laughed, which he did that a lot, saying that us kids sure had an imagination on us. Shelby squealed in frustration, stamped her feet, and declared that she wouldn't be staying in that room anymore. The rest of the week, the kids piled in one room, and oddly enough, no more shadows. These types of events would repeat themselves through the years, but as I got older, the shadow became less visible, so much so to the point where it was easy to dismiss it as a trick of the light, though truthfully, I never believed it to be a trick of the light. Instead, I was just happy that it was fleeting and short-lived. The reality is, when you experience something like this, I don't think it's as easy to dismiss anything anymore, and you're just destined to be a believer. Though I haven't seen the shadow since I was a child, the fact that it was there never left me. I'll try to convince my cousin to share her own experiences with the shadow, but even as adults, Shelby really doesn't like talking about it. I'm sure everyone says this, but I want to preface my story by saying that I try to be as rational and as logical as I can be in everything that I do. I wouldn't attribute something to the paranormal if I thought there would be a rational explanation. That being said, I've always had a fascination with the paranormal. Here are some of my, what I believe to be, paranormal experiences. The first was when I was about 10 years old. My family and I went to stay with my dad's sister and her family for Easter. Before my aunt and uncle split up, they lived in a very large, very old, almost mansion-like house. I loved this house, even though it often made me feel uneasy. One night when my extended family were in the kitchen playing board games, I opted to stay in the living room and watch TV. My family are all quite a bit older than me, and I often got bored sitting around with all the adults. I was channel hopping and generally zoning out when a noise startled me. The handle to the living room door was rattling. I quickly turned and the rattling stopped. I went to the door and opened it, expecting to see one of my brothers tearing down the corridor to the kitchen, but there was nobody there. The corridor was dark, lit only by the light that leaked out from around the kitchen door. I returned to the couch, a little perturbed but otherwise okay. A few minutes later, the rattling started again, this time more urgently. I quickly got up and sprinted to the door. For a moment, the rattling stopped. Then, to my horror, the handle began to turn, slowly but surely. I don't know how I found the courage to do so, but I ripped open the door while the handle was still turning, ready to scream at whoever was teasing me. The corridor was empty. I'd considered several explanations, from the wind to a mini earthquake, but nothing explains how the handle started turning, as if someone was on the other side. My next experience, it took place in my family's home. I was about 15 and going through a phase of staying up late every night. Before my dad died, he ran several brass bands in the local area and often came home late at night. He'd always wind down with some TV before going to bed, but he'd always forget to put the headphones in. This night was no different. I was sitting reading on my bed, and I started to hear the muffled sound of the TV beneath my feet. I don't know if I was in a bad mood or something, but it made me really mad that night. I threw my book down, stormed down the stairs, flung open the living room door, and pitch black. The room was pitch black and dead silent. My heart started pounding. Had I imagined it? But I hadn't. As I shut the door and started to walk back up the stairs, the sound started up again. It sounded like a conversation, but no matter how hard I strained to hear what was being said, the voices remained distorted. I didn't sleep a wink that night. This last experience, it also occurred in my house. I was about 17 and settling in for bed at about 3 a.m. I was lying in bed, about to sleep, when I realized I needed to go to the bathroom. Absolute pain, but I dragged myself up nonetheless. As I go to open my door, I'm hit by a sudden sense of dread. Something's telling me not to go out into the landing. As I try to steady my breathing, I hear something outside my door. A slow, steady step going up the stairs. The stairs in my house are ridiculously creaky, and it's impossible to go up them without making a sound. I was also the only one in the house that night, so to hear the footsteps coming up the stairs was utterly terrifying. I shouted to whatever was outside, hoping to scare it off. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and it took me several minutes to muster up the courage to open the door. The landing was empty. I quickly went from room to room, looking for any evidence of someone having been in the house, but everything was undisturbed, and the windows were all shut. I didn't sleep a wink that night either. So, there you have it. Some very spooky, unexplained incidents that may or may not be paranormal. Yesterday, I was surprised to see an old friend's name in my unread messages. His name's Austin. We knew each other from elementary school. He contacted me asking if I remembered a birthday party we'd both been in attendance for. His inquiry wasn't pertaining to the actual festivities, more so what happened adjacent to the party. And boy, did I remember. The birthday was being held at the apartment complex this kid lived in. The family had rented out the cabana for the day. The inside had air hockey, table tennis, and a few arcade games, which were all set to free play during the duration of the rental. Out the back doors was a long path that led to a lake with a dock. That's where most of the kids were playing that day. At that time in my life, I was very self-conscious about my body image. I was quite large compared to my peers, and they wouldn't hesitate to remind me any chance they got. As an adult, I'm able to understand that children are just holistically dumb. Fat jokes were the only low-hanging fruit of comedy their grubby little paws could grasp. But as a kid, it was traumatic. Needless to say, I spent the majority of my time in the cabana, pretending that I was too obsessed with getting high scores in the arcade games to bother with the water. Austin was also in the cabana that day because he had a big cast on his arm from a break he sustained a few months prior. This being the 90s, the small amount of chaperone supervision was focused primarily down by the lake, meaning Austin and I were alone in the cabana for most of the party. Personally, I preferred this, but Austin wanted to sneak away and explore the whole cabana. It was a huge building, and surely there had to be more exciting stuff compared to what was in the designated game room. I don't know what we were expecting to find that would be cooler than what was in the game room, but again, we were holistically dumb. And with no adult in sight, Austin and I opened the unlocked staff-only door located on one of these walls. The door led into a small hallway that led to a stairwell. Austin led the way as we climbed the flight of stairs. First door we found was locked, so we walked up another flight and tried the next one. It opened. Through this door was another hallway. It was dark. Keeping the stairwell door open, we used the light to search for a light switch, but there were none on the walls. I looked up, and there weren't even light fixtures on the ceiling, almost like it was under construction, but from the stairwell glow, the rest of the visible hallway looked intact. Clean carpet, no musky odors. We could also see another door directly across the way. It was a large glass door. It looked slightly illuminated from the sunlight coming in from the room's windows. Seeing that as our next destination, we let the stairwell door close behind us. turning the hallway black again, aside from the light emanating from the glass door in front of us. It was about 20 paces from where we were, but we were both a bit spooked, standing in the dark, quiet hallway. Austin was more hesitant to take the lead this time, and we walked parallel, approaching the door. After the first few steps, I began to feel that overwhelming sense of dread, like something was waiting to grab us from the shadows. The only reason I continued walking was because I didn't want to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. Out of nowhere, Austin says, "What?" And so I say, "What?" And he says, "Were you just whispering?" I say no, and he gives a forced laugh and says, "Oh, weird." Most likely trying not to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. So we continue towards the glass door. The sense of dread has only grown in my stomach, and I swear I see movement in the black around us. I don't know if I actually saw the dark moving, but to this day, I haven't seen anything like what I was seeing in that hallway. It was like waves of shadows rippling around the walls. My eyes couldn't comprehend exactly what I was seeing. Then, I feel Austin's cast pressed against my chest, stopping my stride. He doesn't have to tell me why we stopped, because when I stare directly forward again at the glass door, there's now a silhouette on the other side of the glass, blocking out a portion of the door's light. It stood completely still, examining us from the other side. We froze, holding our breath in fear, until the shadow disappeared like a blink, as if it was never there. The door once again had a soft glow fully engulfing the glass and the carpet in front of the door. It was gone faster than we could react. Austin and I remained statued for a good couple of seconds before our brains told us to panic and run. When we get to the stairwell door, the handle acts as if it's locked, and Austin starts pounding on the door with his cast while we both cry out in terror. It's only after 5 or 6 desperate shakes that the door handle fully turns, and the door pops open into the stairwell with ease. At this point, we're both in tears, absolutely bawling as we run down the stairs back to the cabana game room. When we get back, there's thankfully still no one in there, and we have enough time to go to the bathroom and get cleaned up. We agree that we couldn't tell anyone because we knew that we'd get in trouble for trespassing past the staff-only door. Honestly, after that, the rest of the party was a blur. I don't even remember if I sang happy birthday to the kid before leaving. But 30 years later, and still, I remember that hallway vividly. Unfortunately, being with someone almost makes it worse, because your brain can't just forget it as a distorted child memory. There's someone else out there that shares the very same, very real memory I experienced. I just recently moved out of a house that I'd lived in for about 6 years. My family and I had moved in when I was 13 with a family friend whose parents had passed away a few years prior. Not much really happened there, other than the usual seeing things out of the corner of your eyes and such, but nothing too memorable. The way the house was laid out, you were able to see down the hallway past the gallery kitchen near the back door. Where a half bath was and the washer and dryer hookups, you could see all this from the living room. A few years after moving in, sometimes when I would glance up at the black TV in the living room, I would notice what appeared to be the figure of a young woman standing in the middle of the hallway further down. It was just the outline of a woman standing there still, and what looked to be long black hair falling down her shoulders. Most of her was black, so you couldn't make out facial details or anything. At first I'd find myself staring at it, and then turning around to look down the hallway, only to find nothing. Every time I'd look back at the TV, it was still there. Countless times I'd search the area, trying to find a reasonable explanation as to what I was seeing. Maybe coats or clothes, or maybe just the way the shadow would be casted. But nothing. I would look back up, and she was still there. After some time, I became desensitized to it. She never moved, never made noise. She just stood there. So knowing that there was no danger that came from her, I simply ignored any time I saw her. My parents never mentioned seeing anything, so I thought once we'd all moved out that maybe my mind was just playing tricks on me back then. I started dating my now boyfriend a few months before we moved, so he'd come around the house plenty of times and even spent the night once before. Today, me and him were sharing some of our ghost stories from our childhood. I started to mention this story, but I didn't even get to the part of the TV yet when he cut me off. He started to get really freaked out, saying that one night he'd gotten up to go get his soda from the kitchen to bring back to my room. He further explained that once he went to grab the soda, he immediately felt like he was being watched. When he glanced up, he noticed something in the TV. I started shaking. I almost got emotional, knowing that I wasn't the only one to have seen it. He described everything about her that I could make out, but he said he was closer to her than I ever was, that he could only make out the figure from over his shoulder. He'd only seen her that one time, but it was baffling to me to realize that I wasn't the only one. I called my dad, asked if he'd ever seen it, and he said no. But he did say that he would sometimes see someone walking around the house occasionally, but never anyone back there. As of right now, we're the only two who have ever seen it, which makes this encounter even weirder to me. No explanation to this day. It really makes me wonder what it may have been. This is a story that happened back in 2015, and it still freaks me out to this day. For context, me, 25-year-old male, and my cousin, 26-year-old male, go to our grandma's house every school, university break since we were kids, and we stay there pretty much doing nothing and having fun playing video games. We always share a bedroom when we're there, and we both have our own beds. I was 15 and he was 16 at the time, and none of us have sleep paralysis. One night, we both went to the bedroom around midnight, closed the door, and fell asleep. Sometime later, my cousin got up to pee, left the room, and went to the bathroom. This caused me to wake up because of the lights. I checked my phone. It was around 2:30 a.m. He came back, closed the door, and laid on his back. And that's when it started. Keep in mind that I was 100% awake at this point, as I woken up from him opening the door and closing it. By the time he laid on his bed, this really deep-toned and steady-paced church bell started ringing, really loud inside our bedroom, near our beds. As I was listening to it, I freaked the fuck out. All I could do was cover my head with the blanket and stay there trying to hide myself. A few seconds later, that fucking bell started to wander around the room, moving in all directions, up and down, moving over my bed, around the whole bedroom. I'm not sure how long this lasted, but it felt like an eternity. It then started moving towards the door, got out of the bedroom, into the living room. The bedrooms of the house are right next to the living room. It then headed to the back of the house and disappeared. I have no idea where this came from and where it went, or even what it was. After it was gone, I honestly didn't have enough courage to say anything. I just stayed quiet, as did my cousin. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. The next day, when I woke up, I asked my cousin if he'd also heard the bell. He said yes, exactly as I had. To this day, this experience still creeps the hell out of us. We have no explanation for what happened. There are no churches in the area, and definitely no bells that ring in the middle of the night. This has been freaking us out since it happened when we were younger, and we still try to figure out some sort of explanation for it. But we've never really come up with any, so I thought I'd share it here. Any thoughts? This is a real-life experience. I was spending a summer with my dad after I finished kindergarten before starting first grade. We lived in a double-wide trailer out in the sticks on a gravel back road. The type of area where you had some woods to play in or head across the street to the recently harvested cornfield to play kickball or tag or some other childhood game. My dad and I lived with my dad's brother and his wife, as well as their 2 daughters. My cousins were a little older than me, about 4 years or so. We decided to play hide and seek one evening in the woods behind the trailer. So many spots to hide, laying down behind a fallen tree, ducking in a riverbed. Heck, if you were really crafty, you could pick a tree and climb it until you could see the whole area. We're on like round 3 when my eldest cousin said, "Is that an abandoned trailer?" When we all regrouped, and me and her sister both shot glances in the direction of her stare, and sure enough, there it was. But it didn't look that old. Just had that standard moss on the sides and dirt buildup that you'd expect a trailer in the woods to have. We sat there and stared at it for a second until my eldest piped up again and said, "You guys want to check it out?" To which me and her sister, both young and eager to venture and rebel, quickly said yes. We get up right next to it, and we can see through the kitchen window, and it's definitely abandoned. But it's weird. Everything is so dusty and disorganized, but not trashed or ransacked. Just kind of like an unorganized clutter. We got to the front door, and oddly enough, it was unlocked. So we get inside, and the amount of dust in the air is so thick that you can feel it when you breathe, like trying to breathe through a t-shirt. We get to looking around, and there's so much cool stuff. An antique rotary phone, engraved wooden cooking utensils, old glass maple syrup decanters, etc. This place was like it was preserved in the 50s or 60s. We made our way back to the master bedroom, and it was so eerie. An old, freshly made bed with a heavy-duty wooden frame, a vanity with various perfumes, makeup items. There was even a small jewelry box, one of those ones with a ballerina in it. We started looking in the closet, and I see this old wedding dress preserved in clear plastic wrap. But it was weird because it looked like it had less dust on it than the other things. That's when a cold chill ran straight up my back and made every hair stand. I turned to my cousins and said, "I think we should leave now." And they agreed, but my oldest cousin grabbed the jewelry box and said, "Finders keepers," and took off with it. I wasn't going to fight her about it because I was younger and smaller and really just wanted to get out. As we're walking out, we noticed one of those old candlesticks with a light bulb in it that was on the table lit up, like someone turned on a switch, but there was no way that this place had electricity. Immediately, we're all spooked, and we run out the door. As we're running away, we look back through the kitchen window again, and all we see is what looked like a silhouette of a very frail old lady with visibly frizzy hair. It was so dark, no features could be seen. My cousin still has the jewelry box to this day, and that still freaks me out. That's the end of this one, but I look forward to hearing yours as well. Several years ago, I worked at a Value Village on Evergreen Way when I was just released from prison for armed robbery. Value Village is a secondhand store, a good part-time job. It helped me maintain my sobriety. I was able to obtain a steady income and get off the streets after saving my first 2 paychecks. I met the only couple of people that have ever been kind to me there. My boss, Anthony, and my closing partner, TT, aka Little T or T. Rest in peace, T. This story takes place probably 15, 17 years ago, and she was as close to dust as you could get when I met her. The bad part, this Value Village was as haunted could be. I do believe that now. The city itself, it's a miserable mess. Maybe it was the city that was haunted, and the ghost just waltzed around wherever. I'm pretty sure that every community has a well-off part of town and a poor part of town. This area is at the very tip of the poor spectrum. You can't get much more grimy than Evergreen Way. A random night, as a closer, is close to the end of the night. No more shoppers. I'm cleaning aisles and reorganizing the items that people decided they didn't want but couldn't bother to bring themselves to put it where they found it. T's out on a smoke break. I'm close to the front of the store. While I'm sweeping around the jewelry section, I hear a very familiar squeak. I look up, and I see one of the shopping carts slowly moving down an aisle 3 or 4 rows down. All of the carts had these long red poles connected to them to deter people from shoplifting or taking the carts altogether. I stand there and I watch this thing squeak from one end to the other before coming to a stop. Again, I'm at the front of the store. I would have seen someone enter. Still, I say, "Hello?" But nobody answers, so I return to what I was doing. A few seconds later, when my back's turned away, the distant wheel began to clunk and squeak again. I spin around. I watch the same shopping cart moving back just as slowly as it had the first time. That makes the hair stand up on my arms. Holding the broom like a katana, I walk to the aisle that the carts were sitting in. When I get there, the aisles are empty. Panning my head around, I quickly notice that a lot of shopping carts are slowly moving, coming to life. Moving in various directions in the aisle. I decided I didn't really want any part of what was going on there, so I turned around. This didn't help me from screaming like a child, though. As I turned to walk away, I could hear the carts escalating in speed behind me. I let out a yip more cowardly than I'd like to admit as I left the aisle with the carts. Right around the corner is T. I practically collided with her and we both screamed. She asked me what the hell I was doing running around and making noise. I told her straight up, those shopping carts are possessed. Without hesitation, I walked her over to turn the corner into the possessed aisle. Of course, they weren't moving. But that's when T says, "Yo, I know." Apparently, this has happened to her a few times. Why she never told me, I don't know. But now, she told me she'd practically been hit with these carts in the past, that they'd clipped the back of her legs one night while working alone. As she's telling me this, several red poles of several shopping carts begin to vibrate and shake. The two of us stood there, watching as the shopping carts continued to tremble. It was like an invisible force was forcefully trying to communicate with us through these objects. T and I exchanged a couple of glances, mine more nervous than hers. Even with the moral support of someone else, I didn't know what to do next. As the vibrations intensified, T suddenly spoke out. When I gave her a look like, "What the hell are you doing?" she told me that she knew this place was haunted. She said as much, and then she asked the ghosts to talk to her. Followed it up with, "What do you need?" I'll give her some credit. It took me from scared to entertained pretty quick. It's hard to say exactly what I believed in that moment, but I certainly didn't think I was going to be speaking with ghosts. T stuck out her arms in front of her, as if she knew what was going to happen next. To my personal astonishment, at the same time the vibrations ceased. The carts were becoming still. It was as if they were waiting for whatever T was doing. I noticed her eyes were closed. I watched as she took a deep breath and began speaking softly. At the moment, though, it just kind of looked like something crazy. Before I knew it, she was whacking me on the shoulder and whispering for me to close my eyes. So I did. And T was asking questions, whispering things and being still. Took everything in me to keep my eyes closed and show some patience. I heard the rustling of tags hanging on items nearby. The air felt different, and I couldn't help it. I couldn't keep my eyes closed any longer. I opened my eyes the moment I heard a faint whisper echo through the space. It was barely audible, but distinct enough for me to hear. It said, "Harper." Well, I thought it said Harper, But after scolding me for opening my eyes, T said that she was sure it said, "Help her." For a moment, we lightly argued about what the voice could have said, but I was feeling increasingly more uncomfortable. It's not like it was malevolence I felt, but I wasn't experienced in talking with ghosts. Long story short, I wanted to go home. In a series of whispers and my inability to distinguish T's from the spirits, I asked that we speed this along and get to finishing closing. T asked if I wanted to just go, that she would stay behind. I considered it, but she laughed, saying that all the whispers had subsided anyway, jokingly blaming me for scaring them away. That night, T told me about her various experiences in the store, and then she told me that if I could hear those whispers too, it likely wouldn't be the last time that I experienced something. And well, T, rest in peace, my friend. And though I know you're not around to know it, I don't know how these things work. You were right. Fast forward, I still live in the same town 15 plus years later, and the store itself still exists. I work for the company that's hired to do landscaping for this portion of the city, and one day over the last year I decided to pop inside to see my old boss. I wanted to see if he was working. He was always a great person. I wanted to chat with him as possible. Honestly, I just had this odd feeling to go visit him before leaving town that day. On my way inside, I see him walking from the back of the store. He gives me a wave through the glass windows. He smiles, and then takes a hard right, out of view. When I get inside, I don't immediately see him anywhere. I ask around. One gal doesn't even know who I'm talking about, but another one does. She asks how I knew Anthony, and I told her the whole story, and she regrets to inform me that Anthony passed away. Heart failure. He had died at work. I asked the gal if she was absolutely positive we were talking about the same guy, the same Anthony. She told me that he's the only one she ever knew to manage the store for multiple years. She repeated his last name back to me, and it was Anthony. So, who did I see? I looked throughout the store, hung around far too long, trying to see if anyone matching his exact description was in the store. No such luck. I've accepted that I saw Anthony. I can't explain it, but I can't very well explain what happened in that store with me and T either. And just because I can't fully understand it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Thanks for reading. If you have similar experiences, I'd really like to hear them. Or I guess just know that you're not alone in yours. When I was a kid, my uncle owned an antique shop, and my parents would leave me with him when I didn't have school. During my 5th grade spring break, I was dropped off at 7:30 and picked up at 5:30. Sometimes I cleaned, sometimes my uncle would show me an interesting item, but most of the time, I played with his personal collection in the back area. He had all sorts of antique toys. My favorites were the tabletop pinball machines, but he also had a jack-in-the-box that dated back to the 1700s. He bought it the previous month, but wanted to show it to me before he sold it. Apparently, it came with an interesting story, one about a doctor having it made especially for an ill child who passed away shortly after. The family left his room as a shrine and spent much of their time praying over his bed. Soon, they began hearing noises during the night, only to find the boy's jack-in-the-box in a new position. I was fully into the story, gawking at this old toy in slight fear but complete awe, until my uncle burst into laughter and explained how many dealers made up stories to bolster the desire of a specific item. This was the 60s, by the way, so it worked pretty well back then. I was disappointed, but that didn't stop me from enjoying the toy itself. The original ones didn't have a hand crank. They were just boxes, and the puppets popped out when you opened them. I think the first one was made by a German in the 1500s, but don't quote me on that. My uncle's apartment was upstairs, and I was having so much fun that he offered to keep me overnight. My parents agreed, happy to save the extra trip. and I continued playing with all the best toys. Later that evening, I made a bed on the couch. I tried to ignore the extremely loud snores coming through the paper-thin walls. Sadly, my efforts were futile. Anytime I came close to dozing off, the steady snores would be interrupted by a sudden animalistic grunt that scared me back to reality. Sometime after 1, I decided to take my blanket and pillows downstairs to sleep on the floor, but once I began descending the steps, I heard a strange sound below. It almost sounded like a rat was dragging a trap along, so I went to check it out. After flipping on the lights, it stopped instantly, and I turned to see the jack-in-the-box lying on the floor, top open, with the puppet stretched out of it, as if it had been pulling itself along. My uncle and I had gone upstairs together, and we'd left the toy in the middle of the table. There was no way for it to have fallen off. As I stood frozen at the base of the steps, something small ran across the room behind me. I turned around in search of the source, but nothing was there. I was only looking away for a second, yet when I turned back again, the puppet's head was on its side, facing me. It made me jump backwards, and I tripped over something, I don't know what. I felt it when my foot rolled over the top of it, but I couldn't find anything afterwards. I got up to close the jack-in-the-box, like it was waiting to bite me. That's what it felt like, and I held the lid tight. I put it back on the table, and I set an old jar full of marbles on top. Then I ran upstairs as fast as my legs would carry me. All the while, I could still hear the faint snores coming through the wall. My uncle had slept through everything. It made me wonder what else he slept through. Just as I opened the apartment door, the same light footsteps came racing up the dark steps behind me. I practically threw myself over the threshold of the door. The steps came all the way up to the door before stopping right outside. And then there was just silence. I had engaged both locks, but didn't trust them enough to not hold the door shut as well. I guess it could have still gotten through easily enough, but when you're in that situation, you act based on instinct. You don't remember that a barrier can't protect you from an angry ghost or spirit or whatever. I didn't hear another sound that night. It was almost 3 a.m. when I finally worked up enough courage to sit down. I still never got to sleep, but I only had to lay there for 2 more hours. My uncle got up at 5. His awful snoring finally came to an end. A few minutes later, he came out of his room. He saw me sitting there, wide awake, asking how I slept. Since I was 10, I didn't exaggerate. Everything came spilling out of me like a rehearsed speech, because I had been telling it in my head for 2 hours. Needless to say, he didn't believe my story and insisted that I only had a nightmare. I didn't push too hard because I knew that he'd think differently once we got downstairs, and he saw the jar on the box. Unfortunately, the jar was broken, and marbles were scattered all over, while the box remained sitting exactly where we had left it the evening before, not where I had just left it hours before. My uncle's logical conclusion was that I got up to mischief during the night, broke a jar of marbles, and made up a story to cover my ass. As an adult, I can look back and fully understand his point, but at the time, I really resented him for not believing me. I've had a few other experiences over my life, enough that I have no doubt something else is here with us. But nothing ever frightened me quite as badly as that creepy puppet. I'm a preschool teacher. The school I work at serves primarily Section 8 housing. Our funding for the school is low on resources across the board. Low staffing, low quality, and low quantity of classroom materials, low access to grants. I could go on, but I digress. Because all educators know, our job is to create the future. I just so happen to work in an area where a lot of futures have a 50-50 shot of going to prison or breaking the cycle. The elementary school my students end up going to is down the block from the preschool. I've seen success stories, triumphs against all odds, but alongside those star students are a million that will eventually grow up to fill the shoes of an adult who grew up in their similar circumstances, etched into their being, a vicious cycle, if you will. My partner tells me that I've grown colder to the world. I can't help but to agree. Here's an example of thoughts that have actually gone through my head this week. I'd only admit this through anonymity. But driving to work, I assist with preparing breakfast for the children that arrive early, so it's usually dark on my drive there. I was driving, entering city limits, where I'm usually met with a cluster of junkies on the sidewalk, hunched over, nodding off. This morning, I can see a shirtless man with a shopping cart zigzagging in the middle of a 3-lane highway. Speed limit's 45 on that road. I maintained 45 miles per hour and continued down the lane I was originally traveling in, thinking, I'm not stopping or swerving if this guy wanders in front of me. I'm in the very right lane. He's giving me a 1 to 3 chance that I can take the day off. I call my boss from the scene of the accident. Tell him some homeless man just jumped through my windshield. He'd obviously not expect me to be coming in after something like that. The shopping cart would probably get so fucking embedded in the grill of my car that I couldn't very well drive it to work even if my boss did expect me to come in. The S pattern this guy's doing looks like it's coming back into my lane. I'm 100 yards away, 45 miles an hour. I'm driving a little over 20 yards per second. It's a 5 count. I come within inches of clipping him. In my rearview mirror, I watch him drift into the middle lane and continue his highway escapade, completely oblivious to how very close he came to dying. I'm sure my future self is glad it didn't happen, but at the time, I had no empathy for that man or his situation. So, to say I'm mentally exhausted would be the understatement of the year. But my spirit stays strong for the children in my classroom. It makes my day brighter when I can make their day brighter, as they come into my classroom from the hell their subjective home life provides them. So now comes the story that brings me here, I guess. A few months ago, a new student enrolled and was placed into my classroom. The guardians of the child, who we'll call Leon, consisted of his mother, Sasha, a 20-year-old woman who spoke English as a second language. Our primary communication and translator for the family was a man named Angelo. He was Leon's uncle and second guardian. Angelo was also in his 20s and Sasha's brother. The 3 of them lived in low-income housing apartments provided by the state. Sasha worked at a fast food restaurant. Angelo worked at a hotel. They both worked long hours on switch shifts in order to be there for Leon. Angelo was also taking online classes trying to get his degree. They were the epitome of everything our preschool strived for with our families, working hard for a better future. Where I work, it's not luxurious. It's not supposed to be. It should feel like liminal space. You can find a better, safer place to live, but only if you work for it. Some people are content with this life. The apartments around my school will always be filled. But there will also be tenants who use this as a stepping stone to move up, and that's the goal. It's the reason I show up to work, to show hope to the hopeless, give a boost to the fighters who deserve more than what life has provided. At the beginning of this month, Leon wasn't in attendance for a whole week. The office told me that his mom called sounding distraught, told them that it was a family emergency. Because of her limited English, she wasn't able to explain or advise when Leon would be back. On that Friday, after the children had left, I was organizing my classroom, preparing take-home packets as next week was the final week before spring break. I'm shuffling through papers at my desk when I hear a gentle knock on one of the glass windows on the other side of the room. I look up and it's Angelo. He waves at me, and I was happy to see him standing there. I came out from around my desk, and I go out the side door to greet him. I had so many questions. I didn't want to overstep my boundaries, but I really cared about this family. When I come out, I'm like, Angelo, hey man, it's so good to see you. Sasha called, told us there was an emergency. How's it going? Is Leon okay? Angelo smiles, and he tells me everything will be all right, that Leon will be in class on Monday. I'm so relieved. I leave my questions there. He tells me, thank you for all the love. I said something like, of course, man, thanks for being you. He leaves, and I go back into my classroom to finish the last of my tasks before going home. The weekend passes and Monday comes. Leon's in class. He's noticeably somber. Midday, having his friends back around him made his heart perk up a little. He was conversing more with his peers. Throughout the day, I would ask, how are you feeling? And it was finally met with an answer instead of the silence he'd been holding on to. With a sigh, he tells me, Tio's gone. I say that I'm sorry to hear that. Then another child distracts Leon's attention with a dinosaur toy, and I'm grateful to see his eyes light up again. I try not to give him any more reasons to think about something sad that day. That afternoon, Sasha comes to pick up Leon. A friend from work has accompanied her, and she introduces herself and tells me Sasha brought me so I can explain what happened. Leon runs up and grabs Sasha's leg. The woman tells me that Angelo unalived himself last Monday. The cops were at Sasha's door as she was waking up that morning. 3 hours earlier, a man had jumped from the roof of the hotel building, and they needed her to identify the body. I'm in disbelief. I begin to stammer out that I just saw him on Friday, but tears quickly begin to fill the bottoms of my eyelids. Whatever I saw outside my window last week could mentally be sorted out later. At that moment, I knew not to protest. I couldn't stop the tears from forming in my eyes, and they immediately filled my eyes when I accepted the news as truth. I told her thank you. Sasha and I didn't engage with words. I didn't want to completely break down in front of my student. I had to be strong. I put my hand on her shoulder, and we looked at each other before they turned around and left. I really don't know how to end this. I really don't know why I started writing it to begin with. I do feel better for it, though. The world is dark, and it only becomes more opaque the longer you look. All you can do is try your best to make it a better place, and hope the next person will do the same. Be kind to one another. You don't know what real horrors families face every day. What you have does not make you who you are. My husband and I went to see a psychic one day. We were out for a drive, and when we saw a big looming psychic reader sign on the side of the road, we went just for the fun of it. After that visit, I always thought something bad followed us home. First it started as horrible dreams. One night I was home alone and having an afternoon nap on our living room couch. I dreamt an old, witchy-looking woman came down the stairs, which was situated next to the couch that I was laying on. She was carrying a lighted lamp. She stooped down to where I was on the couch, and she let out an evil laugh as she blew the lamp out right in front of my face. I dismissed it as a really bad, evil dream. However, things soon escalated. One late night, when my family was fast asleep and I was having a midnight snack downstairs, my son's electrical toy started, and it started moving across the floor. I just dismissed it as wonky batteries. We moved soon afterwards to another house, but it felt like it kept following us. Things were getting worse. My husband's health started to get bad. He would have mysterious, excruciating back pain that came and went. Insomnia attacks for both of us that lasted several months. My young son, he would have night terrors that would make him run to our room with a bloody nose, night after night, forcing me to start sleeping in his room for several years. He was sleepwalking, and good thing I managed to catch him as he was headed toward the stairs. When I reached him, he was still sleeping, but he was very agitated and said, I'm dead, and I can't find my way back. My husband and I were both present when that happened, and my son was only 10 years old at the time. Then it started mimicking family members. It would mimic me when I was away at work early, and my husband slept in as he was unwell. Someone who looked like me sat by the bed with her back towards him, and then just left the room as he called out to her. It mimicked my son, entering my bedroom one morning, playfully suffocating me with a comforter. I chased after him, found my son fast asleep on his bed. One time, on a weekend, I took an afternoon nap as my husband watched TV downstairs. He came rushing up the stairs and barged into the room. When I asked him why, he said he heard me calling out, screaming, a blood-curdling scream. He got worried. Apparently, my son, who was in his room, heard it too. I never screamed. Once we confirmed it wasn't our neighbors, we didn't really know what to do, so we just brushed it off. This thing would lock doors daily with no explanation, and we would have to pry them open with a screwdriver. It would make fire alarms go off randomly. There was a room upstairs that we used for guests, in which my mother-in-law uses when she comes to visit. It felt like an epicenter of ghostly activity. If you walk past it, you would feel like someone is chasing after you. By the way, my mother-in-law stayed in that room for 6 months while visiting us, and when she left, she got diagnosed with oral cancer, and she's a health freak. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it's odd. One time, I slipped down the stairs and hurt my back as I walked past that room. Another time, I brought a wrought iron St. Michael's medallion home. I wore it while sleeping as a bracelet one day. When I was racked by an irrational fear and I couldn't sleep, I fell asleep, and towards the morning, I removed the bracelet and kept it under my pillow. When I woke up the next morning and looked under the pillow, it was all in pieces. A very strange thing to occur, as it was welded together with no open links. One night I was using my iPad before bed, and then I kept it on the side table just before sleeping. The next day, I found it on the far corner of the room, face up as if someone had put it there neatly. We called a Catholic priest twice to bless the house. It didn't go away quickly, but daily prayer and playing holy music, it worked. We've been living in the house for 6 years now, and it finally feels like a normal house. I lived in an apartment in this old house in New Orleans. I lived with my boyfriend at the time, and we got this insane deal on a beautiful apartment. It was $600 to rent a massive, stunning apartment with hardwood floors and huge ceilings. My boyfriend worked in the oil field and would go offshore often, leaving me alone. 99% of the things happened when I was alone. One day I got out of the shower and the mirror was fogged up. I leaned over while I was brushing my teeth, and when I looked up, the mirror had been wiped in a circle where my face was. That happened a few times. It had wiped away where my face was when I looked up from brushing my teeth. Only a handful of times for the few months that I lived there, but when it did happen, it happened the same way every time. While I was sleeping, I often heard things crashing, and also often heard footsteps in the attic. When my boyfriend was there, he heard the footsteps too. He went into the attic to check it out, and no one was up there. I came home from getting groceries, put them on the gas stove, got a feeling of being watched, and looked up. After 2 or 3 seconds of me coming in and putting the groceries down, I looked up and all the cabinets were suddenly open 90 degrees. I closed the doors and tried to recreate it happening, which I couldn't. I brushed it off, went back to put the groceries away, got another creepy feeling, looked up, and all of the cabinet doors were open again at a perfect 90-degree angle. While my back was turned, looking at the cabinets, all of the burners turned on full blast. When he was home, every night we heard footsteps of someone walking slowly in high heels up and down the hallway, sometimes for hours. The apartment next to us was a mirror image of ours, and the walls were thin. My boyfriend thought that the guy next to us had a lady over, and I said, "No woman wears high heels on hardwood floors, walking back and forth all night. They would have taken them off." Well, it turns out our neighbor worked as a nurse during the night shift and wasn't home anyway. I was going to sleep one day, but I was scared, so I left the hallway light on. I heard footsteps and was too scared to sleep. I looked up and saw an evil being. A man. But he looked half something else. Something was wrong. I saw him walk into the doorway of the room, stop, and turn towards me. I'd never been so scared. I was paralyzed in fear. He came into the room, stood at the left side of the bed, and sat down. I felt like I was being electrocuted the entire time he was looking at me. It felt like an eternity. I think I passed out from fear. I woke up in the morning and panicked. I felt like it happened, but kept trying to convince myself that it was just a nightmare. One night, my boyfriend and I were watching TV in the dark. We heard the sound of the wood floor creaking, and we both looked over to see an evil-looking, older, ugly woman glaring at us. We both looked at each other. I knew by looking at him, he saw it too. That was the day that I went from thinking I was paranoid to living in full fear. And for me, here's the most terrifying part. Our dishwasher broke and these handymen came to install the new one. One guy says to the other, "Hurry up, I hate being in this apartment." I asked him to explain why, and he said he'll only talk to me outside. He said that a serial killer lived in that apartment and had killed women who were all the same age who looked similar in the French Quarter. He was a cross-dresser and walked up and down the hallway in heels. The FBI found a headless body and searched the entire property for the head and never found it. They looked in the attic and found traces of him living up there at some point. If you're curious, 2835 General Pershing, New Orleans, Louisiana. It's the upper right side apartment. I tried to look up the news story online and haven't had any luck. Maybe someone here is a better sleuth. A few years back, I was dating this girl. She told me her parents' house was haunted. Skeptical as I was, I thought she was playing with me. Then she told me that there was an evil persona that would take over her body sometimes, damage her physically. She'd wake up bleeding, totally oblivious of how she got those cuts or what just happened. I thought this was just her way of trying to get attention or needing help. I didn't really believe her story, although I tried to help and comfort her any way I could. All of that changed anyway when I started sleeping over. It changed because strange things would almost always occur at night. These experiences all occurred when my ex and me, usually the dog too, were alone in the house. It started with her laptop randomly turning on in the middle of the night and actually logging into their account. Shortly after, I started to hear things as well. Footsteps coming from the ceiling or roof, right above the bed we slept in. Not a ticking sound like a mouse makes, but actual thuds, like a human was casually walking circles on the roof. A few days after, I heard a dog barking downstairs. The family dog was a boxer, but I heard a high-pitched arf instead of a low roof. I went downstairs, but I saw nothing special. The boxer was sleeping peacefully in his kennel in the kitchen. I returned to the bedroom and saw my ex in bed, sitting up straight and with both arms bleeding. I had seen the fresh wounds before, so that was nothing new for me. Really sad to see, but nothing new. What startled me to death is that she had her eyes closed, like she was still sleeping, but her mouth was wide open, as if she were screaming her lungs out. But she wasn't. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. A few nights later, we were in bed sleeping together again, and I woke up to my ex trying to climb over me, mumbling, "Break, glass." As the situation in the house was starting to freak me out, I felt the urge to protect myself. I grabbed my ex by the shoulders and yelled, "What are you trying to do?" My ex woke up, but a second later we heard a loud tack and the sound of glass breaking in the kitchen. I went downstairs to look and saw the locked cupboard wide open, and on the floor, shards of what used to be 2 long drink glasses. I cleaned up the mess, walked back upstairs, and found my ex sleeping as if nothing had happened. Once something strange happened in the middle of the day. We were upstairs in my ex's bedroom, and her father was working in the garage. Nobody else was home. We went to be physical. We made sure the bedroom door was closed. Then, in the heat of the moment, the door flew open, hard, as if someone kicked it in, except there was nobody there. I do remember feeling a slight breeze, and the next moment, her bedroom window shattered into pieces. That kinda killed the mood, to be honest. Shortly after this, we broke up, and some strange things happened to me, but nothing like what happened to her or while we were together. But it did get me interested in the paranormal, spirituality, and finding out what else is with us. An uncle of mine works at a software company in India. Last night he called my father, but it went to voicemail because he was asleep. Today at breakfast, we were all in the dining room. I was helping my mother clear the table while my father finished getting ready for work. He remembered that my uncle had called and left a voicemail, so he put the phone on speaker while he was fastening the buttons on his shirt. When the voicemail started to play, the sound was distorted from the amount of volume on the other side. We could hear men and women yelling all around my uncle as he tried to leave the message for my dad. We couldn't understand what he was saying, and after 30 or 40 seconds, the phone turned off and the message ended. At once, my father stopped what he was doing and picked up the phone to call my uncle. He turns off the speaker and presses it against his ear when it starts to ring. Then I watch his look of panic melt when my uncle answers the phone. He says, "I just listened to your message. Are you okay?" My uncle tells him that the company he works for was celebrating an anniversary, and the CEOs rented out a large stage at a movie studio to host the event. Everyone was sitting at tables, talking with one another and watching the giant LED screens on stage. Now it's known within the family that my uncle possesses the ability to interact with spirits. More so, spirits tend to interact with my uncle a lot. He's had this ability since he and my father were children. When their grandmother died, she told my uncle where her will had been filed, days after the funeral was held. They call them bhutas in India, restless spirits that walked out of the light, instead choosing to stay on earth and influence the living for good and bad intentions. On the phone, still talking to my dad, my uncle tells him that the place where this event took place was saturated in negative energy, a place no god had claimed. Way above their heads were rows of large metal rafters with automated lasers and spotlights pointed at the floor of the stage. My uncle says through the glare of the lights, he could see the bhutas in the darkest parts near the ceiling, sitting on the metal beams. These inky black figures were also waiting for the show to start. Soon, everyone's attention was directed towards the stage, as rounds of pyrotechnics shot bursts of flames into the air. Then the spotlights all turned up and moved together to make one singular circle. Focused in the beam of light was a large green cage hoisted high above the center stage. The bars were equipped with fireworks that began to shower down fountains of sparks. The crowd erupted with cheers and claps. Then, from the scaffolding bridge, the CEO and another man walk into the green cage, waving at the excited audience. The cage was intended to lower the men down onto the stage for a grand entrance. The machine comes to life, and the green cage starts shaking and wobbling. Both men grab the railings as they're almost knocked off balance. Gasps were heard, but the CEO never stopped smiling, and the crowd kept cheering. The cage shakes again. This time, one of the cables snapped, turning the cage sideways. The sudden failure sends both of the men tumbling over the railing of the cage, falling more than 20 feet to the ground. My uncle says it was obvious the CEO was dead by the way he had landed. And then it got loud. There was confusion as well from anyone who had not witnessed the event. Confusion and panic. It created absolute chaos for several minutes. My uncle found a safe space against a wall, avoiding being rushed by a group of employees and their families. That's when he finally decided to call my father. He'd already had his phone in his hand, having almost called him earlier when he'd seen the Bhutas. He felt like something was going to happen and wanted to speak to his family. Now that something had happened, my uncle felt he might be in danger. He was physically safe against the wall, but he feared if he moved at all, the Bhutas would find a way to target him. Just as he had that thought, his phone was knocked from his hands and away from him. He knew it wasn't safe to move. Some people may call that paranoia, but I don't think so. My uncle has had experiences prior to this, ones I mentioned earlier and others. I think he has the right to be a little wary of such things. Needless to say, he did escape unharmed, and the company's president, the other man, was critically injured but survived the accident. Still, it's all very unfortunate, and I think it's rather chilling in more than one way. Thanks for reading. I've never told anyone about this, but I used to be terrified of the house that we moved into when I was 13. I'm an only child. My parents' bedroom was on the first floor, while mine was on the opposite end of the second floor. I chose it for that very reason, and regretted it by the third night. I was just going to bed when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs and down the hall. I assumed it was one of my parents and wondered what they could want so late. But the footsteps stopped just before my door. I waited for at least a couple of minutes, but they never moved or called out. So I opened the door to see what the deal was, and nobody was there. The next morning, I asked my parents which of them was creeping outside my door, but they denied ever getting out of bed. I thought my dad was messing with me, though I didn't care enough to press the issue. Spoiler alert, he wasn't. I'm not sure if it was weeks or months later before the next incident, but enough time went by that I'd written the whole thing off. Then I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps pacing outside my door. I was terrified until remembering it was probably just my dad. Then I decided to beat him at his own game. Quietly, I crept towards the door. I pulled it open just as the steps passed by, but no one was there. It was just an empty hallway with nowhere to go. A cold breeze blew past me, and everything was dead silent. I was instantly terrified again. There was no explanation for what I heard, and I knew I hadn't dreamed it. The following morning, my parents denied any involvement. My mom joked that it was probably just a ghost. She and my dad both laughed it off, but that was the only explanation that made any sense. So I had to test the theory. That night, I took a bunch of candles into my room, and I held a makeshift seance. I only knew what I saw on TV, but I did my best to banish any lingering spirits regardless. I slept through the next several nights but stayed up late that weekend, just to see if anything happened. The footsteps started just before 3 a.m., and it made my blood run cold. Again, they came up the stairs and began pacing outside my door. It continued for several minutes while I sat listening, frozen in terror. Finally, I worked up the courage to call out a tentative, "Hello?" Only once it was past my lips did I realize how awful it would be to hear a response. But thankfully, none were forthcoming. I tried to make myself get out of bed and open the door like the other nights, but I just couldn't. This time, my parents didn't find my story so endearing. They didn't want to hear about my mysterious footsteps anymore. And that was my last attempt for over a year. And again, at least a week passed before the next occurrence, maybe more. The footsteps were louder than usual and woke me just as before. I laid awake waiting for them to stop. But then there was a light tapping on my door, and a new level of fear coursed through me. It felt like it lasted an eternity, and even when it stopped, I couldn't fall back asleep. I'm pretty sure that's when my nightmares started as well. Sometimes I wasn't sure if something was a dream or reality, so I started leaving myself proof in various ways. Not too long after my 14th birthday, I woke to more tapping. But while I hid under my covers, the noises only got worse until the unthinkable happened. My doorknob began to turn. I could hear the metal and the slow creaking of the door opening. I couldn't not look at that point. I had to know what was coming through the door, for better or for worse. By then, I was sleeping with a flashlight under my pillow, an actual flashlight, no cell phones in those days, I'm afraid. And I sat up with it in one fast, embarrassingly spasmic motion. The door was halfway open, but no one was there. No one was ever there. I got up to close my door and put my vanity stool against it, so I would know that it hadn't been a dream. I dealt with similar incidents every few weeks for the entire time that I lived in that house. The worst incident happened when I was 16, and I woke to someone sitting on the foot of my bed. I lashed out with my feet and felt them connect with somebody's body. But once I sat up, the room was empty. After that, I started sneaking downstairs to sleep on the couch full time. If my parents woke up first, I'd pretend it was an accident. Or if I'd wake up first, I'd sneak back into my room. I tried bringing it up a couple more times over the years, but once they threatened to put me in therapy, I never mentioned it again. Life got much better after I went to college. My parents moved to a brand new house while I was away, and I never saw our old place again. But a few years ago, I worked up the nerve to ask my mom about the old house, and she very casually explained that a man had killed his wife in a jealous rage before ending his own life. All on the second floor, of course, and they just never felt comfortable going up there. I was speechless. I'm still kind of speechless. I mean, who does that? When I got upset, I was told that we simply couldn't afford to move at the time, and they felt like telling me the truth would only make my ghost dreams worse. Not gonna lie, I'm still a little bitter about it. It was almost midnight in the master bedroom of our beautiful home in Maui, Hawaii. My wife and I were settling into bed, and there was a soft light in the room. All of a sudden, we hear the very distinct sound of a child's footsteps running down the hall towards our bedroom. It caught both of our attention immediately. The sound came to an end right on the other side of our closed bedroom door. We both looked at the closed door in silence, only to see the door handle, which was a lever style and not a normal round doorknob, slowly turn down as the door began to open. It was clear as could be. We both watched in suspense, which quickly turned to fear as the door pushed in and all the way open to reveal no one. Now the fear turned to horror as the child's loud footsteps began walking again, and this time they were clearly coming toward the bed. There was a slight pause, and then something happened that my logical, non-superstitious mind will never be able to really explain. There was suddenly the weight of a young child climbing on our bed, and although completely invisible, this energy moved to the middle between the two of us and settled in. The indentation on the blankets and mattress were as clear as could be, and yet there was no one there. We turned to each other in absolute horror, as we both knew we were seeing the same thing. How could this be? Who was this, and why were they in our bed? After a few minutes, this entity, which we both agreed felt like a small male child, disappeared as fast as he appeared. We laid there for a long, sleepless night, and the next day, through many calls and inquiries, we found out why this and many other things, some even more terrifying, had been happening to us. We learned that the man that built our house did so as a dream home to his wife and young family. He had a 3-year-old son who, shortly after the house was completed, died in the home. He tragically drowned in the bathroom, off the hallway right outside of our bedroom. A bathroom, by the way, where the bathtub had mysteriously filled and then overflowed with water and flooded the house on numerous occasions, even when no one was home. But that's another story, if you're interested. We realized that his son was still present in our house and had been for the 2 years that we lived there. The day we learned this full story, we left all of our belongings except a suitcase of clothes and left Hawaii, moving to Oregon, on the U.S. mainland. We sold the house furnished as is and never stepped foot in it again. That was the scariest thing I've ever seen in our bedroom. Luckily, never had to see it again. One of the most haunted places I've ever been. It's a place in South Africa in an area called Northcliffe. I just did a quick check on the Google Maps and I couldn't find it, so perhaps this house no longer exists. It was an old house in a strange part of the neighborhood. The street was always deserted and quiet. No dogs barking and no children playing. You'd think nobody lived there, but you'd be mistaken. People lived in the houses, but they were not often seen outdoors. I heard rumors that they were Satan worshippers or witches, but I put that down to gossip. One of the houses did have a statue outside of Lucifer reading the Bible with a smirk on his face. I thought it was odd that someone would put up a statue like this in their yard. Nevertheless, you can't make judgments just because everyone in a particular street seems weird. The house I'm talking about today apparently belonged to a mining engineer. Johannesburg is known as the City of Gold because it was built around gold mines. The story goes that this miner worked on one of the big mines and had a family with 3 small kids. Apparently, one day he went crazy, killed his wife and kids, and then committed suicide. It was said their ghosts haunted the place. I don't know if the original story was true, but based on what I've heard, there may be some truth to the stories that followed. My ex-husband owned a health studio and coached athletes and bodybuilders. One of his clients was a young man. We'll call him K. He was a cadet in the police force and was also competing for the title of Mr. South Africa. He won this title and had dreams of going on to win the Mr. Universe contest. I just remember rippling muscles, blonde hair, and a shy smile. Kay and his family moved into the house. They were a normal Afrikaans family, but when they moved into the house, strange things began to happen. It started with unexplained poltergeist activity. Plates would fly out of the cupboards, and things would inexplicably fall off the walls and drop onto the floor. Kay would tell my ex, let's just call him G, about what was happening, and of course G was curious and he was also very skeptical. One day, he went to pick up Kay. He was waiting out in the yard, leaning up against the hood of his car, when a huge tree began to shake violently. Only problem was there was no wind, and the earth remained quite still. My ex got quite a fright and was left bewildered by the experience. One night, Kay's mother heard the gate creak open. It was a spring-loaded gate and had a distinctive sound when opened. She picked up her gun and went to the window right above the gate and watched it open by itself and slam shut again. She pointed the gun out the window and called, "Who's there?" Suddenly, she felt a strong grip on her hand, and later, she said it felt like an invisible force was twisting her arm around. The gun went off, and she shot herself. When she recovered and was released from the hospital, she was never the same. She dyed her hair black and walked around like a zombie, never made eye contact with anyone. Kay's father also began to act weirdly, and Kay spent most of the time at the gym working out. One day, Kay invited my ex into the house and they enjoyed some social time with a couple of other young men. Kay took a puff on a cigarette, and while he was inhaling in front of everyone, the cigarette was whisked out of his mouth and broken up into little pieces, and then fell to the ground. My ex said he thought he was hallucinating, but everyone there that night witnessed the same thing. They also saw an African tribal mask fall off the wall and then twist into a grotesque shape. No, they were not smoking anything stronger than tobacco. There were many strange stories that came out of that place, including the story of Kay's uncle who stayed overnight and woke to see a little girl staring at him. He said she put her hands on his face and pressed with such force he was unable to breathe. I could share many more, but the worst part of the story was that eventually Kay also began to change. He developed serious anger issues, and then we learned that he got into a fight and killed someone with his bare fists. He was jailed for manslaughter. There's so much more to this story, and I could write a book about it, but I'll end on this note. When Kay's family eventually moved out of the house, it was left empty, and it stayed that way for years. I'd drive past it every day on my way to work. My office was just a few blocks away, but I also drove that way because I was curious about the place. I'd slow down as I passed to see what was going on. It really did look like a typical haunted house and never failed to give me cold shivers. Then one day I saw a for sale sign outside, and a short time later, a sold sign replaced it. When the new people moved in, they completely renovated the place. I remember thinking that it didn't look like a haunted house anymore. They fixed the garden too, but then built a wall and I could no longer see the house and stopped driving by. The story should end here, but it doesn't. One day, when I arrived at my office, I picked up our local newspaper, the Northcliffe Melville Times, and a headline grabbed my attention: Poltergeist activity in Northcliffe House. I immediately read the story, and sure enough, it was the same house. I don't know what happened to the family that moved in, but not long after that article, the house was demolished. I was posted in a primary health care center with a fellow senior doctor. It was our night shift, and he had started to tell me stories of the time when he was doing autopsies in the same hospital. He was shifted to primary health care because he couldn't deal with the trauma that came later. He said that not all autopsies led to hauntings, but it was people who had killed themselves or cases of assault where the death was unnatural. It were these cases that led to some of the most disturbing paranormal activities. One such case he narrated that night was of a woman, mid-20s. She was first assaulted and strangled, and later her body was thrown in the well by her in-laws. Such incidents are common in rural areas of India. They hoped to escape the charges, but after thorough examination of her lungs by my colleague, the senior doctor, who had done her autopsy, it was obvious that she was killed first, and drowned later. The in-laws of this woman tried to pay a hefty amount to him so as to escape the charges, but he refused. After that incident, he said that he often saw the woman, wet hair, bulging eyes, naked with a pale body, often sitting by his bedside, just looking at him. He said it wasn't sleep paralysis. He was shattered with fear one more time as he was combing his hair in the bathroom mirror and saw the same woman just peeking at him through the door. Only her eyes and her wet hair were visible through the mirror. It became so traumatic that he left that part of his profession completely, even though he was getting paid a lot for that job. He said he doesn't ever wish to go back. And the fact that it was the same hospital where I'm working right now, kinda creepy, not gonna lie. I was swimming in the ocean with a friend when I saw something floating in the water nearby us. I knew what it looked like to me, but it was a bit transparent. I asked my friend if he saw anything floating a few feet away from us and pointed to where I was seeing it. He said he didn't see anything, and then he asked me what I saw. I told him I could see what looked like a woman's body floating face down, naked, with long red hair. He was understandably freaked out and wanted to get out of the water immediately. We went inside, changed, and started preparing dinner. His roommate came home, and while we were all sitting around talking, I started asking his roommate some questions about his job as a criminal defense attorney. As the conversation went on, I asked him if he ever had to defend anyone he knew on serious charges. He said yes, actually, after a friend of his was charged with murder when his wife's body washed ashore, right in front of this very condo 12 years ago. I looked over at my friend, and he was 50 shades of pale, with his jaw on the floor. Then I asked his roommate to describe what she looked like. He said that she had very long red hair, and that she was found naked, lying face down on the beach. I let my friend explain what had happened earlier that day. They were both stunned. I want to start this off by saying that I'm a skeptic. I don't believe anything I haven't seen a scientific explanation for. And I even thought hypnotism was a scam until I got to know a hypnotist and I saw it work for real. I typically rationalize anything which cannot be explained by referring to nebulous explanations based on chance reflections of parallel universes. However, even though the episode I'm about to relate happened over 25 years ago, it's still very clear in my memory. I was 18 at the time. I'd recently acquired a full driver's license, and I'd borrowed my father's car, taken a few friends to a pub out in the countryside for a couple of quiet drinks on a Saturday night. After the pub closed, which it did after 10:30 p.m. in those days, we drove to a nearby town in search of a snack. We all had school the next day. Most of us were completely sober, including me, obviously. Being fairly late, the town was deserted and the only place open was McDonald's. They were also about to close, so we got some burgers and sat down at the window. There weren't really any other customers in there, and the staff were starting their final sweep around, ready to make a sharp exit as soon as it got to be 11 p.m. We had only just sat down when an elderly woman appeared at the table next to us. She didn't look quite put together nor scruffy. She didn't look homeless, but her clothes seemed somewhat old or worn. She immediately engaged all of us in conversation, which started off innocent and friendly, but rapidly became quite personal. The woman seemed to know an awful lot about us, even though none of us had ever seen her in our lives, and we didn't really know anyone in this town. She was alert and animated and spoke quickly, singling out people from the group in turn and discussing specific details of their lives. She had no possible way of knowing this information. Early in the exchange, She turned to me and said, "Of course. Your grandfather was an engineer, wasn't he?" He was an engineer, but he died in 1951 and had never lived in the area, so she couldn't have known him. My friends were laughing along with her at first, but they went quiet one by one as she delivered more and more details that could not be determined by simple cold reading or written off as random statements. Unlike a fairground fortune teller, her statements were very specific, and she dominated the conversation in a way that someone mining for information would not. She spontaneously started speaking in French to one of my female friends who understood the language, and then veered off into another language, which could have been Latin. She started to reassure people about very specific concerns that they'd had, ones that they'd not discussed or needed advice on, making occasional references to various deceased relatives. By this time, my female friends were visibly upset, and my male friends, who had had a couple beers, were dumbstruck. The women stood and announced that she must go, as she was disturbing us. She headed for the door, and as it was now late, and the staff were looking like they wanted to go home, we stood up and followed her out of the restaurant. And here's the punchline. I was no more than a few paces behind her as she went through the first two doors leading onto the street. The exit was on the corner of the building and opened onto the intersection of two shopping streets. There were no other doorways, alleyways, or streets, none that could conceal anyone near the exit. But when I got outside, the woman had disappeared. All there were two completely empty streets. No cars, no pedestrians. Just shops closed for the night. Every time I've been back there since, I stood there and wondered where she could have gone. We had a 15-minute journey home in the car, and there were floods of tears. Everyone was hysterical. I guess you had to be there, but it was scary in a deeply unsettling way. When I was approximately 10 years old and my younger brother was 8 years old, we lived in a house on a vast plot of land surrounded by forests filled with trees. It was basically the perfect setting for our favorite childhood game, hide and seek. We'd often play with our friends who lived in the surrounding homes. On one particular day, during the late afternoon, me and my friend were doing our best to stay hidden in the trees. Meanwhile, my brother was just as diligently attempting to locate us. Interestingly, I could hear his voice calling out my name from a short distance away, and there was an evident tinge of fear in his voice. Curiosity got the better of me. I needed to investigate the source of his fear. As I walked towards what I thought was him, I stumbled upon a small clearing nestled under the protective canopy of trees. I no longer heard my brother, but to my astonishment, there was an almost colossal figure, entirely white in complexion, standing in the middle of the clearing. My friend had been following behind and had just made it to where I was when he stopped in his tracks. The figure didn't seem to notice our presence. Instead, it stood statue-like, staring directly up at the sky so we couldn't see its face, arms stretched to its sides. It made no sounds, but it did appear to be a light source. It was either glowing in and of itself, or the sun was catching it in a way that it appeared to be so bright. Whatever it was, in the eyes of two young children, it loomed at an astonishing height of 10 feet and was like nothing we'd ever seen before. The two of us had never been so silent. The sight had kept us pretty occupied, captivated by whatever this thing was. However, we unintentionally made noise by readjusting ourselves, and we could hear others approaching. Worried the thing might disappear, we tried to consider getting closer to convince it to stay. But as soon as I had the thought, which I seemed to share with my friend, the statue-like figure changed positions, arms down at its side, facing forward. It started to slowly dissipate before it suddenly vanished into the trees with remarkable speed. It seemed to effortlessly almost fly through the trees, like light itself. There was no way we could catch up to this thing. I remember my friend saying it literally looked like a ghost. He was right. It wasn't bound to this earth by any of the same things we were. Naturally, we were quite shaken and excited by the occurrence, so we did what most kids would do, hurried indoors and told our parents. However, they were skeptical. They suggested that what we saw might have just been a large white dog or something like that. We were firm in our recounting of the figure. We were firm that it was not a dog. In detail, we described the towering figure the best we could, how it was emitting a white glow, how it simply vanished into thin air. Still, a white dog was the best they could come up with. Nevertheless, to this day, I'm certain that we did indeed witness something. We felt no fear when we laid eyes on it, but we never encountered it again. We contemplated the possibility that it could have been a spirit from one of the numerous vehicles or homes we discovered on our property. But, truth be told, who knows for sure? These stories were told to me and my siblings by our dad. Me and my twin were 11 or 12 at the time, so I'll be going off memory. Anyway, my dad was a wild card when he was young, and he thought that a spooky graveyard was the ideal date spot like most people back in those days. The Bull's Lament. There was once a farmer who had a prized bull in life. The farmer loved the bull so much that when he died, he wanted the bull to be killed and buried beside him. He also wanted a monument of the proud bull placed over their graves to watch over them for all eternity. Most folk during that time thought the farmer was crazed for thinking such a wish, yet that didn't stop them from honoring his wish. When the farmer passed, the bull was put down and placed right beside him. The monument was then placed over them, just as the farmer wished. I'm not sure how many years went by until my dad's experience, so I apologize for not having any idea when it happened, possibly when he was in his early to mid-20s. My dad liked to hang out in the nearby graveyard with several of his friends. It was like their own playground where they could just play army men and pranks. One night in particular, he and one of my uncles were just relaxing until they heard it. The sound of a bull crying out, either in anger or anguish. They looked at one another and decided to see where it came from. They followed the noise to the monument, only to find nothing. It was then that they heard the bull roar somewhere nearby, before the sound of charging hooves running towards them. Dad said they ran the hell out of the graveyard and back to their car. The man in a top hat and cape. Another story my dad told me happened when he and one of my uncles took their dates to the graveyard. They parked their car in one of the turnoffs and proceeded to make their own lover's lane. Things were getting serious when one of their dates noticed a green fog begin surrounding their car. All four of them sat frozen, watching the mist grow even further in thickness. Soon, they began to hear strange thuds striking the car. It was then that Dad decided to turn the key and get out of there as soon as possible. He was then surprised to find a man dressed in a top hat and a cape standing directly in front of their car, smiling at them. The thudding on the car began to become even worse, scaring their dates. Dad hit the gas pedal and drove forward directly toward the man, hoping that he would move out of the way. Instead of moving, the man stood still, allowing the car to drive through him. Dad stopped the car some distance past where the man had stood and looked through the back window. To his surprise, he saw the man still standing there, unharmed with the same grin. The man began to gesture for Dad to try again, but Dad decided to just drive out of there for several miles in silence. As I said, I was either 11 or 12, so I'm going off of memory. I don't remember the name of the cemetery, but I do remember being told many other experiences from what happened, aside from these two stories. I'll have to share those next. My buddy Alonzo would never forgive me if he found out I was still telling this story 10 plus years out of high school. Well, we had a mutual friend named Chico who wanted to go tag an abandoned office building. It was located in an old business park that was equally as desolate. Most of the buildings were already demolished, but further down the lane, there was another building. Chico told us about him finding it. He hadn't been through it yet, though. You never know who could be living in there, so it's safer having a crew. It was a Sunday morning when we went down there. I met up with Chico and we picked up Alonzo at the church. He was dressed in his Sunday best, looking like a cheese ball. Crazy bastard had a gun tucked in his pants the whole service. He brought it just in case we did end up running into a dangerous situation. I had a backpack filled with an assortment of chemical colors. We were all relatively talented graffiti artists at the time. We weren't vandals. Our art was not sloppy. We didn't tag uninspired. If there wasn't time for the job, we wouldn't start it. Our plan was to pick one wall and make it something beautiful. We had portable lights and a small stepladder packed in the back, fully prepared to create a masterpiece that day. The entrance of the business park was overgrown with new foliage. The narrow road that led us through the rows of empty land, the greenery made it hard to find evidence that there were buildings there to begin with. The broken pavement made Chico's car shake and bounce us off the walls. The shock absorbers on his suspension were completely worn to the ground, and we felt every bump. The road got so bad, we had to park the car, grab all of our stuff, and walk the rest of the way. Deep back behind a row of trees, bushes, and thorns, we finally get to this office building Chico's been talking up. It was almost untouched by the nature around it. The parking lot was non-existent. The sidewalk, concrete, broken up with weeds like the rest of the pavement. But aside from everything else around it, I remember this building looked like it could have still been up and running. Pristine condition. A 2-story canvas of steel and concrete. There weren't many windows on the outside, and when we walked inside, it was nearly pitch black. Entering wasn't a problem. The front doors were closed, but not locked. The smell of mold hung heavy in the air. We put on our masks before we even busted out the paint, just so we didn't have to breathe in the stale air. Earlier in the week, we'd drawn up a blueprint sketch of the image that we were going to do. It incorporated all of our insignias. The design went through many drafts before we landed on the perfect one. Now, all we had to do was find the perfect wall. Unobstructed by drinking fountains or cubicle walls blocking its view, we dumped our gear and backpacks on the tile floor in the entryway and got out our portable lights. Past the front reception desk were aisles of cubicles and offices behind closed doors. The papers scattered all across the floor led me to believe this used to be an insurance firm. Deeper in the building, we came across an elevator we assumed didn't work. I jokingly pushed the buttons on the wall. None of them lit up, but miraculously, the metal door to the elevator slid open, and the light inside was on. It was really freaky. Nothing else looked to have power running through it, but the elevator was still functioning. We dared each other to go in. Alonzo was the first to volunteer. He pulled the gun from his pants, acted all tough walking into the elevator, scoffing as he passed us. Chico and I stand outside the elevator and watch Alonzo's smug face disappear behind the metal sliding door. We hear the gears of the elevator start to lurch and clink. It actually started moving. Just as it did, we heard Alonzo start screaming like we've never heard before. But given the circumstances, we both thought he was trying to fool us. But then we heard the gun go off and the zing, zing, zing sound of a bullet ricocheting off the metal interior of the elevator. The It caused both of us to jump and run to the elevator doors and attempt to pry them open. As much as we tried to pull, they wouldn't budge until the elevator made its way back down and opened automatically. When the doors slid open, Alonzo falls out backwards in hysterics. Tears were falling down his face, while still continuing to scream like spiders were on him. Alonzo gets to his feet and runs out the front. We follow him out and ask what happened. I thought he shot himself in there, but I couldn't see any blood on him. But whatever happened, he pissed his pants. Chico and I probably could have been more sympathetic to our friend, but I think we were just in shock at how wild Alonzo was acting. First thing he says is, "Shit, I dropped my strap in there." I said I'd go retrieve it, and with tears still coming down his cheeks, Alonzo straight up grabs me and says, "Wait, don't." I'm like, "Get off me, dude, chill, what's wrong?" Then Alonzo tells us what happened when he walked into the elevator and the doors shut. The light, it turned off again. Standing in complete darkness, he heard something moving around above him in the elevator shaft. Then he heard the emergency escape hatch open enough for him to look up and be able to see the light from the second floor door. Then that light and depth that he was staring at became blocked by a human figure. Two glowing red eyes looked down at him through the square hatch. That's when he screamed and fired the gun. It was crawling in headfirst towards him when the door opened back up. It was obvious he wasn't messing with us. Chico and I stood there with our jaws practically dropped, listening to Alonzo sob out his story. Hearing what had happened made me and Chico want to go in there again just to see if Alonzo was messing with us, or to see if we'd experience anything. We were scared, at least I was, but I couldn't not try. Amidst his pleas for us to stay with him, Chico reasoned that we couldn't leave a loaded gun sitting in this building. It wouldn't be responsible of us. So, me and Chico left Alonzo sitting on the grass outside as we went to retrieve the boomstick he'd left behind. All of our gear was still laying by the reception desk anyway. We would have eventually had to go inside to get our stuff regardless, so we might as well get it all now, we thought. Chico and I both walked past the lights and paint, making a beeline to the elevator. Chico presses the button and the doors roll open again. The light is on, and it's the only thing illuminating the building. The gun's laying on the ground in the corner. When we walk in, Chico grabs the gun and we both look up. The emergency hatch is indeed open, like Alonzo said. We can see up into the hollow black structure. Through the hanging wires and equipment, we can see a sliver of light above us. Then I press the F2 button, and the doors slide shut. Just like Alonzo said, the lights then turned out again, before the elevator started to shake alive. I think Chico and I were both getting nervous. Neither of us would admit it, though. Standing in the small black room, I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I looked up, stared at the sliver of light as we got closer to it, then past it. Then our doors opened, and it was our first time seeing the second floor. It was beautiful. Large windows overlooking the forest behind the building. We didn't step out and explore, though, because we didn't want to leave Alonzo out there by himself for too long. Pressing the F1 button shut the doors again and brought us back downstairs, just as anticlimactic as the first time we ventured up. We brought everything outside and met Alonzo back on the grass. He asks, "Did you see it?" We shake our heads no and laugh at Alonzo. He never backed down, though. Good for him. Truth be told, I fully expected to see something, and I fully believed Alonzo. It's just that when we didn't get to witness anything ourselves, I guess we felt more emboldened to laugh in Alonzo's face. Either way, none of us ever got up the nerve to go back to that spot ever again. I just saw the strangest thing happen. Thankfully, my husband was driving, so he saw it too. Clear as day. He and I were driving home from the store. We live at a pretty high elevation, and it's been snowing off and on. It's coming down as I'm writing this, but it was only sprinkling lightly while we were driving home. Some accumulation on the grass, things like that. There's a small gravel road behind the grocery store that wraps around to the main street. I was sitting in the passenger seat. We're both looking straight out the window. The winds had been consistently moving the small flakes around, but in front of us it looks like a focused breeze is swirling a pile of snow. It begins to gather and take the shape of a person walking towards the car. I quietly stared at it in complete disbelief. I thought my eyes had possibly deceived me by mixing the snow on the windshield with the background. But then my husband points to exactly where I'm staring and says, "What's going on over there?" We're about 20 yards away and already driving extra slow. I hate using this as a reference, but I literally can't think of another way to describe what we were watching, other than it looked like when Thanos does that snap thing and turns everyone to dust. It was like that, but reversed, and pure white snow. It was a fully formed, thin, human-shaped figure by the time we approached it. Then, all the snow separated again and fell straight down, just before it reached my passenger window. We were both dumbstruck. My husband never lost pace with the 10 miles per hour speed limit on the road. A little further down, we saw another person forming. This one was walking at an angle, in a different direction, further down the road. We watched again as gusts of wind blew the snowflakes around to create another human shape, but unique to the first one we saw. This one was taller, had broad shoulders. Then, like the first one, after a few seconds of exiting, becoming whole and walking a short distance, the wind scattered the flakes around, back to the grass. We didn't feel threatened or any impending doom. Uneasy, yes, and maybe if more started collecting around us, my account would be different, but mostly I was like, what the hell is happening over here? I'm a bit angry I had to witness something my mind couldn't process. Does snow stick to ghosts? Could this be paranormal? Because me and my husband, both hands down without a doubt, saw two different figures form and disappear in the snow. I can't wait for summer. I was 11 years old, angry to be staying with my dad and his new girlfriend instead of my mom. I'd already been there for almost 2 days and still had 3 more to go. I don't think my dad or his girlfriend did anything particularly wrong. The house was just boring, and I wasn't interested in socializing with them. They were all lovey-dovey to the max. I just felt like I was in the way. I spent most of the time sitting in my room, staring at the wall, since I didn't have a TV in there, and I didn't want to bother sitting with them, watching MASH or something else I couldn't stand. One evening, while sitting in my room, I see someone walk by my window. They looked to be about my age, a girl. Holy crap, I could have a friend. Immediately, I dove towards the window, and I opened it wide enough before sticking my head out. I wanted to see if the girl was still there. She should have been, but she wasn't. I walked into the living room and I asked my dad, "Who's the girl that's walking around outside?" They both looked at me, confused, and my dad asked, "What girl?" I explained what I saw. My dad sort of scoffed. Of course he didn't believe me. That's what I was thinking. But instead he sat there, almost deep in thought, as his girlfriend said that if there was a girl out there, we better check it out, because the brush was rough right there. She said it would just lead her to a bunch of blackberry bushes and stuff that she shouldn't be messing with. My dad hopped up to put his shoes on, and for the first time, I was kind of excited to do whatever he was doing, so I followed him outside. I pointed out where I'd seen her start from and the direction she walked. Sure enough, as we walked the path, it was essentially a dead end. You could only get to the backyard by using the path on the other side of the house. My dad sort of threw his hands up, and I was like, I don't know, Dad. Maybe she walked back this way, and I didn't see it because I was talking to you. He stood there a minute, and he asked me, what did this girl look like? About your age? I told him, yeah, about my age. Brownish hair, some sort of jean coat, shirt thing. I couldn't see anything below her shoulders. She was too short, or so was I. He didn't really react to what I said, but I could tell that for whatever reason, he was really thinking about it. Then he finally speaks up, telling me that's strange, referring to what I had seen. So I just repeated that she probably turned around and left. But he told me that's not why it was strange. It was strange because they know the neighbors. They aren't incredibly close by, and no one has kids. He tells me he's pretty sure he's seen the same little girl right when he and his girlfriend first moved into the place. It's what sort of drew him to determine if the neighbors had any kids, especially any my age. I asked where he'd seen her, and he said it was right outside my window. She was walking in the same direction, and just like this time, he wasn't able to find anyone. That is weird, I remember thinking. Then I asked him, so what is she, like a ghost or what? He sort of laughed, but I saw him entertain the idea. He for sure didn't dismiss it. We walked back inside, and he and I never spoke about it again. But I wasn't so eager to go home anymore. For the rest of that week, I had a new mission: see this ghost girl again. I practically sat at the window. When I wasn't there, I was sitting outside doing nothing but guarding that same area outside my window. I even asked my dad if he had a camera. We didn't have camera phones back then. But he said that he didn't know, that he didn't think he had one. But I found a disposable one in one of the drawers in the garage. I figured it still had 6 photos left, so I would use those to capture a picture of the girl, and then I would just take the camera home with me. However, my efforts proved fruitless. 3 days came and went, and I never saw the girl again. I went back to that house maybe 2 or 3 other times. Still, never saw her. My dad never mentioned her again either. I've just been forever curious who she was. When my dad died in 1979, it was sudden and without warning. He was entering his bedroom to lay down and take a nap. My aunt and I heard the thud when he hit the small rocking chair and then the floor. I looked at him and knew that he was dead before he hit the floor. His routine each morning, starting at 5 o'clock, he got out of bed, got dressed, then walked through the living room, through the small swinging doors into the kitchen. He would go over to the chair between the small table and kitchen counter, plug in his coffee pot, sit down, and wait for the first cup to brew. When he pulled the chair out, it always made a slight scraping sound. After the funeral, I stayed on for a while in the back bedroom, just down a short hallway. The first time it happened, I wasn't sure how to react, nor if it had really happened. 5 o'clock in the morning, I came awake with the realization that someone was in the house. I crept out of bed, grabbed the flashlight, and tried to silently head toward the living room. The telephone was there, and I could call the police. When I got there, no one was there. I searched the house over. No one. I went back to bed thinking it must have been a dream. I was also coming down with influenza and figured that I had hallucinated. 3 nights later, 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm awake listening to footsteps. I had just gotten out of bed when I heard the swinging doors of the kitchen. I managed to sneak down the short hallway, flipped on the light, and nothing. Okay, and this went on for the rest of the week, until finally I just lay in bed, listening to the sounds, and then it took a horrific turn. I heard the chair at the table scrape out, and then the smell of coffee brewing filled the air. I could even hear the coffee pot brewing. I just lay there in bed, not knowing what to think, trying to not start screaming. Why, I'll never know. And after a few minutes, there was silence and no coffee smell. This went on for 3 nights. I called a friend of mine to come over and spend the night. I told him that I was trying to just recover from my dad's death and needed someone around. He agreed. He woke me up the next morning a few minutes after 5. "Billy," he whispered, "there's someone in the house." I calmed him down and told him to just sit on the bed and wait. And sure enough, we heard footsteps into the kitchen, the scrape of the chair, and the strong smell of brewing coffee. He quietly followed me in the dark to the kitchen. I turned on the light, and nothing. The coffee pot was not on. The chair hadn't been moved. The next move was quick and decisive. Robert was dressing, heading out of the bedroom door entrance to the outside, and he says, "I don't know what's going on here, and I don't give a fuck. I'm out of here." After 2 more days of the visits, I walked into the kitchen, stood in the middle of the floor, and shouted, "Dad, you can't keep doing this. You're dead. You died. Please, I love you and I miss you, but please go away. Go wherever you're supposed to go. I can't keep going through this with you." And then I broke down and cried like a baby. The visit stopped at that moment. No more. I've often wondered if sometimes when we die, if it's monstrously sudden, do we realize that we're dead? Do we try to continue on as if nothing out of the way has happened? Do we have to be told that we're dead and that we need to move on? I don't know the answer to these questions, but I do know what I experienced, and I know that Robert would never set foot in the house again, and he would never talk about that morning. When one of my grandmothers passed away, I was young. She'd been angry with me because of decisions that I'd made after asking for and ignoring her advice, then learning she was right. She hadn't spoken to me for quite some time prior to getting sick. The day she passed away, I'd gone to the hospital to see her and let her meet my 6-month-old daughter. She was so weak, we really couldn't talk, so nothing was really said except "I love yous" and lots of tears. We'd been home for about an hour from visiting her when my phone rang. Someone else answered and said it was for me. It was kind of late in the evening and unusual for a call. I said hello and heard a woman's voice, very weak, on the other line saying, "Everything is okay. I love you." The line went silent. Chills ran over my entire body, and I froze for a minute. It was my grandma's voice, but I knew she couldn't make that phone call. I immediately called the hospital, and the nurse told me that I needed to contact a family member. They couldn't tell me anything. I called my grandpa and was informed that about an hour after I'd left the hospital, Grandma passed away. No one had called anyone in the family yet. The only ones who knew were those that were with her at the time. I fully believe that call was from my grandma after she passed, to let me know she always loved me, even when she was angry with me. I always knew that, never doubted it. My parents purchased a home situated on 180 acres back in 2018. I was a freshman in college, but still living at home. Although the house itself isn't that old, built in the 1960s, it apparently came with some history. Not one that I know much about, unfortunately, but my family has had enough experiences there to understand there's a certain energy. My sister believes to this day that the house is haunted, and I'm actually inclined to believe her, but I don't necessarily know if it's malevolent. It's been a while since I've lived at home, but I remember the first events and anything I've been told pretty clearly. My family has all but adjusted to this home, and so we don't really discuss it being haunted or whatever anymore. That was the request of my mother, though I think it was on behalf of my sister. However, I'm going to share those first experiences here because I think that you'll agree that they track as unusual. My younger sister Monica was practicing the piano. She became increasingly frustrated with a challenging piece. According to her, during a brief break in her playing, she heard a voice whispering from behind. The voice said, "Keep going." It was quite literally encouraging her. She was startled, so she turned around, horrified, when she saw a frail, elderly woman, dressed in all black, comfortably seated in a lounge chair. She, of course, didn't recognize the woman, and as such, Monica let out a piercing scream while hurriedly calling for my parents. By the time they came to check it out, the apparent woman had vanished. Barely a week later, Monica was taking a shower in our parents' bathroom when she happened to catch a glimpse of herself in the mirror. She saw the unmistakable outline of a woman dressed in black, just as before. Her face was concealed by the fog. Even still, Monica sprinted out of the bathroom, completely nude, and encountered our parents' startled guests. This fact alone further convinced me that she was not making up these encounters. I almost felt bad for doubting her. Either way, I felt bad for her. Hell, I even went as far as making fun of her when it came to the piano incident. But not after this one. Then fast forward to our Thanksgiving celebration. While we're enjoying our first Thanksgiving meal in this home, the inexplicable unfolded. The china cabinets, which sat directly behind my sister, every item in them and in our dining room, began to violently tremble. I looked around at everyone's faces, and we shared the same expression of horror. Except Monica. She was in tears, now hiding under the dining room table. Everyone else stayed put, not saying a word. Almost as soon as it had all started, it stopped. My parents claimed it was likely an earthquake, though I never believed that story. You can Google those kinds of things, and there were certainly no earthquakes near Bozeman, Thanksgiving 2018. The final blow I really remember occurred sometime after Christmas 2018, signifying a point that finally convinced those who doubted, aka my father. He possesses to this day a beloved leather chair in which he habitually sits day after day. It's positioned near a window, and my mother typically opens it to let in some fresh air. She'd done so on this night just before an inevitable small snowstorm. Concerned about his prized chair getting wet, my father explicitly asked my mother not to open the window while the chair was nearby, as it would ultimately ruin his chair. The following morning, my father rose early for work and noticed that the den had been rearranged, resulting in his chair being relocated all the way across the room, instead of in its usual spot by the window. Assuming it was the hard work of my sister and I from the previous night, my father went to work without dwelling further. When my mother awoke, she too discovered the rearranged room and assumed my father was responsible. Us kids assumed the same. We thought that he had intentionally changed the layout. Not common of him, but who else could be responsible? It wasn't until dinner time that evening that we collectively realized the true extent of the rearrangement. The meticulous placement of the magazines, the controller, even the rug. It was nothing like our usual setup. It was all seemingly orchestrated by an unseen force, though, according to Monica, it was probably the same woman that she had seen who was responsible. We determined that the rearranging of furniture would have taken place between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m., though, astonishingly, no sounds were heard, despite the fact that mine and my sister's room were directly beneath the den. Previously, my parents would dismiss such occurrences, but after that time, their attitude changed significantly until they went back to ignoring it completely, which seems to have worked. My mom was a single parent through my teenage years. I have 2 younger sisters as well. My mother worked 3 jobs at one time, and she was always gone. Her first job started at 4:30 in the morning. She left the house before any of us were awake for school and wouldn't be home until midnight. Yeah, she didn't sleep for years. One morning, I saw a dark figure walk past my bedroom door and down the hall. I called out, "Mom?" The figure leaned back and poked its head into the doorway, as if it were taking one more glance to answer my call, and then continued back down the hallway, out into the living room kitchen area. I got out of bed, not having heard the very loud front door close. I imagined my mother would be in the living room, gathering her items before leaving. I walked into our living area and found no one. Nothing. I immediately phoned my mother. She was already at work. I told her what had happened and explained I was freaking out. This was before cell phones, so my mother had asked me to take the cordless phone and check the entire house. Are the doors locked, front and back? Yes. Check my room. Is it empty? Yes. The bathroom? Yes. Oh my God, Mom. I know I saw someone. Didn't I? My mom calmed me down, tried to explain that maybe it was sleepy stuff in my eyes, throwing me off. Over the weekend, when we had time to spend together, Mom finally broke down, telling me that maybe it was a ghost, but it would be a friendly ghost. Mom went on to explain that the people who sold her the house, they did tell her that an elderly man had peacefully passed away in his sleep before we purchased it. My sister, who's only 3 years younger than me, decided to name the ghost. It was a kind old man, so his name would be Henry. Naming the ghost made it seem less scary for some odd reason. After the first sighting and a name, Henry maybe felt a little more comfortable coming out because we started to see him and his antics more frequently throughout our home. Henry would shut the bathroom door if one of us girls left it open while using the bathroom. This happened very frequently. We were a house full of girls, so we never bothered to shut the door to our one bathroom that we all shared, and locks were not an option, especially in the mornings when we were all getting ready for school. One day, both my younger sisters were visiting my friends or doing their own thing, so I had the house to myself. I decided to watch a movie. We kept our movies on the bottom shelf of a china hutch that my grandmother made for my mom. The door was heavy and preferred to be open as opposed to shut. What I mean to say is if you unlock the door, it would naturally swing wide open. When opened, the one door, movie side, would hang in such a way as to block access to the hallway from the living room. I didn't need to go down the hall, so I left the door open. While watching the movie, out of the corner of my eye, the door slowly swung shut on the china hutch. And while it didn't lock, it was impossible that it would close on its own without some help. Chills ran up and down my spine, arms, legs, neck, everywhere. I immediately phoned my mother at work again and said, "Hey, sorry to call you at work, but Henry just closed the door on the china hutch and suddenly I didn't feel like being alone anymore." Mom told me that she understood and was impressed with Henry's strength to close that door. I agreed. We chatted until I told her I felt better, safe again, and I went back to watching the movie with the china hutch door locked, closed, to keep Henry happy. We moved out of that house when I turned 17, and as we were closing the front door for the last time on the move-out day, we all stuck our heads back inside and said, "Goodbye, Henry." Even though Henry was a friendly ghost, it was still scary as a young teen to come face to face, so to speak, with a ghost, regardless how nice he was. My wife and I were paying our respects to friends who lost their 16-year-old son named Justin in a car accident. There were about 12 people at the house, all gathered in the living room, when we all noticed a little 3-year-old girl speaking while looking up above towards the ceiling. When her mother asked her what she was doing, she said she was speaking to Justin and pointed up above the chair. At that moment, Justin's mother let out a wail and began crying and laughing at the same time. That was Justin's chair, the place where he always sat when the family gathered in the living room. The little girl had never met Justin. Her mother was in a church group with Justin's mom. The girl kept looking up at the ceiling for another 30 seconds or so, turned to Jill, Justin's mom, and told her that Justin is fine and not to worry. Unreal. Creepy. Yeah, but in a good way. I'm going to preface this story before getting into it. I'm a Division I football player here in Alabama. I play offensive line. For those that don't know what that is, I'm basically saying I'm a big dude. Currently 6'5", about 300 pounds. This to say that I've not really been scared of animals or people where I live, because I'm genuinely just bigger than them. Now, it was late at night, and my high school basketball team at the time had just made the playoffs. I was currently on the phone with my girlfriend at the time, and it was around 12:30, 1 a.m. As I was pulling into my neighborhood, I saw this woman with long black hair, wearing a Civil War period dress. It wasn't very weird to me to see random kids around my neighborhood, because I lived near a foster home. What freaked me out at first was that it was January, February, and it was late at night. It was freezing. To pull into my neighborhood, I had to drive past her. I slowly went about 3 miles an hour past the woman, and I really didn't know what to do. As I passed, she was still staring at the ground. As I checked my rearview mirror, her head snapped up, and I saw an extremely evil-looking face. I hung up the phone and was going 65 to my house. As I mentioned, I'm a big dude. So when I arrived at the house, I sprint up my porch stairs and into my room. Me being my size woke everyone up in the house. My dad enters my room to check on me, and I tell him everything that's happened. He asked if I was on anything, and I told him of course I wasn't. He told me to get some sleep, and I of course couldn't sleep. It popped into my mind. I had a neighbor that I was very close with who had long jet black hair. Instantly, I snapped her on Snapchat saying, "That was a good prank. You got me." She said she wasn't even in the state. She didn't know what I was talking about. She sent me her location on the Snap map, showing that she was in Baltimore. That was it. There was no chance I was getting any sleep that night. I hopped on Xbox to tell my friends about the events that had just occurred. Of course, they didn't believe me, saying that I was joking, and I told them how serious I was. At the end of the Xbox session, it was around 4 a.m. I had gotten off and was going to try to get some sleep. I went to my bedroom, and as I was walking past the blinds, there she was, standing there, under the one streetlight in my neighborhood. I slammed the curtains shut and peeked again. She was gone. I have no idea what happened or what was going on that night. My dad and little brother, they've claimed to see the same woman years later. They have some stories of their own that I'll ask if I can share. This is my first post, so if you have questions or if you have any idea what's going on, please let me know. Update. Since my encounter, I've now moved to college to play football, but as I mentioned earlier, my brother and my dad have had encounters as well, and they've agreed to let me share them. I've also done some research, but I'll get into that as well. About a year ago, my brother was packing up around 10 p.m. to go to a baseball tournament in Atlanta the next day. As he was loading up the car, he heard a noise that sounded like a woman, far away in the woods. He said he thought that it was our neighbor or something. My brother finished putting the last bag in the back of the car when he looked in our driveway and saw the woman fitting the description of my encounter standing there. My brother isn't small either, and had made fun of me for the way I acted when I had my encounter. Anyway, as he saw the woman standing there, she did the same thing. You couldn't see her face because of her long, jet black hair. He said, hello, and are you okay? And she said and did nothing. She snapped her head up, and he saw a horrible-looking face. He sprinted up through the porch and locked the doors. He peeked out the window, and she was staring back. When he peeked back again, she was gone. My dad's experience, it's not very long, but it's an encounter. My dad works around the country because of his job, and he finds himself coming home late sometimes. As he was driving home late one night, he saw the woman I'd described, but this time, next to the cemetery where we lived. I have no idea if that's a connection to her or not, but we've never stepped foot in that place. Anyways, he saw this woman with the same description as both of our encounters and passed her. He checked his mirror and she was still there. He turned around his car to get a better look, and she was gone. So, my research. I'm not into horror films or really anything scary for that matter, but I have done some research since my encounter. But this is definitely a new field for me, so any advice would be great. There's a website that talks about the ghosts in our area of Alabama, and it turns out I live near an old iron mill. And to sum up the short story, this woman and her child, they were killed by a fallen chimney about 1 minute from where I live, and she seems to be sighted from time to time. She's labeled as a stalker spirit, one that's mostly friendly or doesn't hurt anyone, but I have no idea, to be honest. I appreciate any feedback. Thanks for listening. In 2017, my sister, Candace, was murdered during one of her husband's drunken rages. Let's call him Earl. For years, we begged her to leave him, but he was always sorry, and he always convinced her to stay. Then the inevitable happened. It happened on a Thursday night. Oh, he didn't mean to kill her. We knew that he would never do it on purpose. After all, who would cook his dinners, wash his clothes, if not Candace? But then he finally hit her one too many times, and my sister was the one who paid the price. We pay for it too. I'll always feel like we should have done more, but she's the one who will never get to see London or write a book. That's all she really wanted from life. She called me the night it happened. Earl was mad because she cooked a casserole instead of a roast. The dumbest thing. But the fight was supposed to be over by then. When we spoke, he was nodding off in his recliner, and he didn't usually get up again after that. We talked for about 20 minutes before Candace said that she was going to bed, and everything seemed fine when we said goodbye. At 1:42 a.m., I woke up to my mom calling. I thought my dad must have had a heart attack, but no, my sister was dead. A neighbor heard their fight and called the police, but they arrived too late. Earl had fractured her skull, causing her brain to bleed, and she passed away en route to the hospital. I did not handle it well. We were only 2 years apart, so we grew up as best friends. We told each other everything, did everything together, and then she was just gone. It's not much consolation given the price, but for what it's worth, Earl got life in prison. I spiraled into a deep depression. If not for my partner, I don't think I would have survived the first week. The funeral was particularly difficult. I couldn't stop crying, and I didn't want to live anymore. I couldn't eat or sleep. That night, I laid in bed trying to sob quietly so as to not to wake my partner. And I thought, this sounds crazy, but I tried to summon my sister. As kids, we would say that we were as close as twins and try to summon each other with our minds. We actually convinced ourselves that it worked a few times, but we hadn't done it since we were little. I don't really know how to describe exactly what I did. I've never been so desperate for something in my life. I reached out with my very soul, and I begged the universe to let me know Candace was okay. That somewhere, somehow, in some form, she still existed. And it was that exact moment that a glowing white orb came through the wall and hovered above the foot of my bed. I thought I must have been dreaming and woke my partner, but once they saw it too, I started bawling in earnest. It was really her. She only stayed with us for a minute before floating back through the wall, and we never saw her again. But that's what allowed me to finally begin some semblance of healing. I was worried that a shared dream theory would bother me later, so I used my fingernail to scratch a small C into the nightstand before going to sleep. Now, every time I feel overwhelmed with grief, I look at it and feel comforted, knowing I'll see her again one day. There's nothing worse than losing someone you love. Life is so short. Please don't take each other for granted. You truly never know when you might be sharing your final conversation. I had a serious car accident in Dallas, struck from behind on the I-635 North and the I-35 West split. The car in front of me came to a dead stop, while the traffic was 8 lanes full of cars, doing 75 miles an hour. 4 lanes split off to the left, 4 lanes to the right. I was in the left lane of the one splitting to the right, and obviously the car in front of me had veered and the driver decided to stop, back up, and go left instead of right. Slammed on my brakes, and I swerved to the left to the guardrail. That ends there. I think in that moment I'm going to die. I breathe a sense of relief when the car stopped, before going over the ledge and without hitting the stupid car in front of me, which had since moved on. The next thing, I was waking up from unconsciousness, and my entire car was destroyed. My head was turning, looking straight up at the roof, which was crinkled. I thought, oh my God, I've damaged my mother's car, as if I were a teenager, and passed out. It was not my mother's car. I was over 30, on my way to work in North Dallas. My mother works in Arlington. I woke up repeatedly, seeing the same crinkled roof above me and screaming crazy things like, "Where's Nicole? Where's my baby girl?" One time I woke up and a woman had gotten into my car. She was sitting in the passenger seat, and she held my hand. She soothingly told me that everything would be all right. I felt such warmth from her. I passed out, and I woke up and I saw her, felt her, holding my hand a few times. I remember her so vividly. So finally, one time when I woke up, I was in an ambulance. It had 2 beds. I asked the man in the bed across from me what happened. He said that he was behind me in an old Dodge Ram van, and after I swerved, he saw the stopped car and swerved too, but he didn't brake fast enough, and he had hit me and crushed my car. He was shocked, he said. "I can't believe you're alive." I asked, "Where's that lady? I really want to thank her." He replied, "What lady?" "The one who got into my car and sat with me. She held my hand, told me everything was okay, told me my daughter, Nicole, was not with me, that she was at school. She said Nicole's name. She said..." He interrupted. "Lady, nobody got in your car. Believe me. I was shocked when they pulled you out." When I went to see my car at the tow service yard that had removed it, it had been squished like a ball of aluminum between the van and the curved guardrail. It was an Acura, and the only place that was not squished up was where I was sitting. There was no passenger seat. It looked like somebody had cupped a huge hand over me and protected me. I don't know if she was a ghost, an angel, or my imagination, but she felt and sounded real and acted and made me feel like she knew me. I'm grateful.